Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning arrived at 221B Baker Street the way all November mornings did in London. Quietly, persistently, with fog pressing itself against the window panes like an uninvited guest who'd grown too familiar to turn away. The light that managed to slip through was pale and reluctant, the colour of weak tea spreading itself across the Persian rug in the sitting room with all the enthusiasm of a cat who'd been woken too early. The air inside carried that particular scent of a Victorian bachelor's lodging. Old leather, tobacco smoke that had settled into the wallpaper over years, the faint metallic tang of chemicals from Holmes's corner workspace, and underneath it all, the ghost of Mrs. Hudson's breakfast cooking its way up through the floorboards. The rooms at Baker Street had their own language, their own rhythms. The sitting room sprawled comfortably in the morning quiet, cluttered with the evidence of minds that preferred thinking to tidying. Books leaned against each other on shelves like old friends sharing secrets, their spines cracked and comfortable. Papers scattered themselves across the desk with an artist's chaos. Correspondence, notes in Holmes's sharp handwriting, newspaper clippings that had caught his interest for reasons known only to him. The chemistry apparatus occupied its corner like a small, temperamental kingdom, glass tubes and beakers catching what little light there was and throwing it back in muted gleams. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with that steady, hypnotic patience that Victorian timepieces seemed to cultivate as a matter of professional pride. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Each second marked and measured, as if time itself had adopted the methodical nature of the room's primary occupant. Around it, the mantelpiece displayed its own eccentric collection. A jackknife pinning correspondence to the wooden frame, the slipper containing tobacco, a few chemical bottles whose contents would have alarmed anyone with a conventional sense of household safety. In the bedroom just beyond, Sherlock Holmes was conducting his morning ritual with the precision of a religious ceremony, though he would have scoffed at the comparison. Religion, he might have said, required faith. His morning routine required only habit, that most powerful of human impulses. He stood before his mirror, his long fingers working through the knot of his tie with the same focus he might apply to untangling a particularly knotty problem. His reflection gazed back at him with those sharp grey eyes that missed little and forgot less. The detective's morning always followed a pattern. Rise at 7, wash with cold water. It sharpened the mind, he claimed, though Watson suspected it was simply because the hot water took too long to arrive. Dress in a crisp shirt, though by evening it would inevitably be rumpled. The tie, always meticulous, the waistcoat buttoned with care, and then, the most essential element of the morning's ritual, the act that truly began his day, the first pipe. Holmes's relationship with his pipes transcended the merely habitual and entered the realm of the philosophical. He owned several, each with its own purpose, its own personality. There was the long cherry wood for when a problem required 3 pipes' worth of contemplation, the clay pipe for casual smoking, the briar for evening relaxation, but his favourite, his most constant companion, was the old briar pipe with the slightly bent stem, darkened from years of use until it gleamed like polished mahogany. That pipe had been with him through countless cases, had helped him think through problems that had baffled Scotland Yard's finest. It fit his hand like it had been carved specifically for his grip, the weight of it familiar and grounding. He patted his dressing-gown pocket absently, that automatic gesture of a man reaching for a beloved object. His fingers found only fabric. He frowned slightly, checked the other pocket. Empty. A small crease appeared between his brows, the only outward sign of puzzlement. He turned from the mirror and scanned the bedroom with the systematic attention he normally reserved for crime scenes. The pipe was not on the bedside table, where it sometimes rested after a late-night contemplation. Nor was it on the windowsill, where he occasionally placed it while observing the street below. Not on the dresser, not among the books stacked beside his bed. an eclectic collection ranging from tobacco monographs to criminal psychology. Holmes moved into the sitting room, his eyes narrowing slightly. The morning light, such as it was, revealed every familiar object in the space, but not the one he sought. He checked the mantelpiece first, a logical location. His other pipes sat in their rack, patient and waiting, but the favoured briar was absent. The desk yielded nothing but papers and the usual detritus of his work. The chemistry table, the bookshelves, the side table near his chair, all failed to produce the missing pipe. There was something almost comical about the situation, though Holmes would not have appreciated the humour. Here stood London's most celebrated consulting detective, a man who could deduce a stranger's life history from the mud on their boots, and he could not locate his own pipe within the confines of his own lodgings. The irony would have delighted Watson had he been present to witness it, but Holmes's mind was already shifting into that particular gear it assumed when confronted with a puzzle. The pipe had been somewhere. Objects did not simply vanish. This was a material world governed by physical laws, not a Gothic novel where items disappeared into supernatural mists. Therefore, the pipe existed in a location, and that location could be determined through logical deduction and systematic search. He began to retrace his movements from the previous evening. He had been working late on his notes for a monograph about tobacco ash, one of his particular interests, the ability to distinguish between different varieties of ash left at crime scenes. He could picture himself at the desk, pipe in hand, writing with his free hand in that cramped, efficient script of his. He remembered finishing the notes around midnight, and remembered the satisfaction of completing a particularly difficult section about the distinctive qualities of Turkish tobacco. And then, what? The memory grew hazy, the way memories do when one performs actions so habitual they barely register in consciousness. He must have set the pipe down somewhere. But where? The sound of footsteps on the stairs drew his attention. The tread was familiar, slightly uneven. Watson's left leg still carried the ghost of that Jezail bullet from Afghanistan, though he rarely complained about it. Holmes found himself oddly relieved at the approaching presence. Watson's practical mind might offer a fresh perspective, or at the very least the search would seem less ridiculous with a companion. The door opened, and Dr. John Watson entered carrying his medical bag, his face ruddy from the November cold outside. He wore his usual expression of good-natured alertness, the look of a man who found the world generally agreeable and was prepared to engage with it on friendly terms. His moustache held a few drops of fog, and he brushed them away absently as he closed the door behind him. "Morning, Holmes," he said cheerfully, setting his bag down near the door with the careful placement of a man who'd learned not to clutter Holmes's spaces more than necessary. "Bit thick out there today. The fog's got ambitions. Thinks it might achieve the status of a proper pea-zooper by noon." Holmes, who was now on his hands and knees peering under the settee, made a non-committal sound. Watson paused, his hand halfway to removing his coat. "Holmes? Is everything quite all right?" "Perfectly," came the slightly muffled reply from beneath the furniture. "I am simply conducting a search." "I can see that." Watson's tone carried that particular blend of amusement and concern that long friendship had cultivated. "Might I ask what we're searching for? Has a clue escaped? Have you misplaced evidence for a case?" Holmes emerged from beneath the settee, a small streak of dust across his cheek, his hair slightly dishevelled. For a moment he looked almost boyish, caught in the embarrassment of a trivial predicament. "My pipe," he said simply. "The briar. I cannot locate it." Watson blinked. Then to his credit he managed to suppress most of his smile. "Your pipe? The one you're practically attached to?" "That pipe?" "The very same." "Well?" Watson removed his coat properly now, hanging it on the stand with deliberate care, giving himself a moment to process this unexpected domestic crisis. "When did you last have it?" "Last evening. I was writing notes at the desk. I remember having it then." Holmes stood, brushing off his knees with more force than strictly necessary. "After that the memory becomes imprecise. I must have set it down, but the usual locations have all proven fruitless." Watson moved into the room, his medical training asserting itself even in this mundane mystery. One approached problems systematically. "Right then, let's think this through. You were at the desk, smoking and writing. What happened after you finished?" Holmes closed his eyes, trying to reconstruct the evening. "I completed the notes. I remember feeling satisfied with the work. There was a noise from outside, a cab stopping, voices. I went to the window to observe. Taking the pipe with you? Possibly, likely. Holmes moved to the window as if retracing his steps might jar loose the memory. I watched for a few minutes. A domestic dispute, nothing of interest. Then I must have prepared for bed. Still carrying the pipe. I don't recall. Watson had begun his own visual survey of the room, his eyes tracking across the familiar landscape of their shared space. 221B Baker Street was not a large establishment, but it had accumulated the comfortable clutter of years. 2 men living and working in these rooms had left their marks everywhere. Watson's medical journals stacked neatly on his side of the desk, Holmes's chemical stains on the carpet that no amount of scrubbing would fully remove, the bullet holes in the wall that spelled out VR in a fit of patriotic boredom. "It must be here somewhere," Watson said reasonably. "It's not as if the pipe developed legs and walked away." Holmes shot him a look that suggested he did not appreciate the whimsy. "Obviously. The question is not whether it exists in this location, Watson, but where precisely it has situated itself. Or where you situated it. Quite." Outside, London was beginning its daily symphony. The calls of street vendors drifted up through the fog. Chestnuts, fresh milk, morning papers. A horse's hooves clattered on cobblestones, the sound muffled and made strangely intimate by the thick air. Somewhere a church bell tolled the hour, its voice deepened by distance and weather. These were the sounds that marked Victorian London's mornings, as reliable as the sunrise that hid somewhere beyond the grey blanket of fog. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps approached on the stairs, preceded by the gentle rattle of breakfast crockery. Their landlady entered with that particular briskness of movement that characterized her approach to domestic management, efficient, unsentimental, and secretly fond of her unusual tenants, though she'd have denied the latter with some vigour. "Breakfast, gentlemen," she announced, setting the tray down with practised ease. Her eyes took in the scene, Holmes looking uncharacteristically rumpled, Watson standing in the middle of the room with a slightly bemused expression and the general atmosphere of mild disruption. "Has something gone missing?" "Mr. Holmes's pipe," Watson supplied helpfully. "The briar one?" Mrs. Hudson asked, already knowing the answer. She'd been managing this household long enough to know which objects held significance. "Indeed. Have you checked the pockets of yesterday's jacket?" Holmes's expression suggested this was such an obvious location that he'd naturally verified it already, but he moved to the bedroom anyway. A moment later he returned, shaking his head. Mrs. Hudson nodded, unsurprised. "Well, I'm sure it will turn up. Things generally do. I'll leave you to your breakfast and your searching." She paused at the door, allowing herself a small smile. "Though it does make a change from the usual mysteries cluttering up the place." When she'd gone, Watson moved to the breakfast tray and began pouring tea, a grounding ritual in the midst of this small domestic chaos. The tea steamed gently, Earl Grey by the scent of it, and he prepared Holmes's cup the way long experience had taught him. Strong, no sugar, barely a drop of milk. "Come, Holmes," he said, offering the cup. "Have some tea. Approach this the way you would any problem. Systematically. The pipe hasn't vanished into thin air." Holmes accepted the cup with a slight nod of gratitude, though his eyes continued to scan the room. "You're quite right, of course. This requires a method, not flailing about." "Exactly." Watson settled into his chair with his own tea, the familiar comfort of the worn leather beneath him. "Now then, let us treat this as we would any case. First, establish the facts." The tea helped, as tea generally did in moments of minor crisis. Holmes sipped his cup with that slight air of distraction that meant his mind was already several steps ahead, organising the search with the same methodical precision he would apply to tracking a criminal through London's warren of streets. Watson watched him over the rim of his own cup, recognising the signs. The detective's eyes had taken on that particular focus, sharp and slightly distant at once, as if he were seeing the room not as it appeared but as a map of possibilities. "Right then," Holmes said, setting his cup down with a decisive click against the saucer. "We approach this systematically. The pipe was last definitively in my possession at the desk approximately midnight. Between that moment and this morning, it has been relocated. The question becomes, by what sequence of events and to what location?" Watson nodded, falling naturally into the role of assistant that their friendship had carved out over the years. "Logical. Shall we begin with the desk itself? Perhaps it's simply buried under your papers. The desk stood against the wall between two windows, a solid piece of furniture that had weathered years of Holmes's particular brand of use. It was walnut, darkened with age and the patina of countless hours of work. The surface had long ago surrendered any pretense of organisation. Papers sprawled across it in layers, case notes, correspondence, newspaper clippings, telegrams, chemical formulae scrawled on the backs of envelopes. Holmes's filing system, if one could call it that, existed primarily in his own mind. He claimed he knew where everything was, and Watson had learned that this was surprisingly, frustratingly true. Holmes approached the desk with the focused attention of an archaeologist beginning an excavation. His long fingers began sorting through the layers, lifting papers, checking beneath notebooks, disturbing the comfortable chaos with surgical precision. "The monograph on tobacco ash," he murmured, half to himself. "I was working on the section distinguishing between Turkish and Persian varieties. The pipe would have been essential for comparative purposes." "You were smoking while writing about smoking," Watson observed with mild amusement. "How very thorough of you. One must maintain proper research conditions." Holmes lifted a stack of papers, revealing nothing but more papers beneath. The texture of the smoke, the rate of burn, the resulting ash, all relevant factors. Academic rigour demands first-hand experience. The desk yielded its secrets slowly. A missing letter from 3 weeks past emerged, slightly crumpled. A telegram from Lestrade about a case that had already been solved. Several receipts from a chemist's shop, the items purchased cryptic enough to make Watson slightly nervous. A pencil stub that had rolled into a corner and been forgotten, but no pipe. Watson rose from his chair and joined the search, taking up position at the other side of the desk. Between them they conducted a thorough examination, Holmes working with rapid efficiency, Watson with the careful, methodical approach he'd learned from surgery. Overlook nothing, assume nothing, verify everything. "Not here," Holmes declared finally, stepping back with evident dissatisfaction. His hair had fallen slightly across his forehead, giving him a more dishevelled appearance than he typically allowed in waking hours. "Which means I must have taken it with me when I rose from the desk." "To the window, you said, to observe the cab." "Yes." Holmes moved to the window now, Watson following. The view from 221B Baker Street was one they both knew intimately. Below, the street carried on its daily business, though the fog softened everything into suggestion rather than certainty. The buildings opposite were grey ghosts of themselves, their details lost to the November, murk. A street sweeper worked his way along the curb, his broom making soft scratching sounds against the cobblestones. A woman in a dark cloak hurried past, her face hidden beneath her bonnet, her purposes her own. Holmes examined the windowsill with the intensity of a man searching for evidence at a crime scene. The wood was old, painted white some years ago, now faintly yellowed and cracked with age. A few small objects rested there, a magnifying glass, a small box of matches, a folded newspaper from 2 days prior. No pipe. "I stood here," Holmes said quietly, his eyes unfocused as he retreated into memory. The cab stopped just there, 3 doors down. A man and woman emerged, their voices raised. A disagreement about something domestic. She accused him of forgetting an important date. He protested that he had remembered, but that circumstances had prevented. "No, this is irrelevant." Watson suppressed a smile at Holmes's evident frustration with his own digression. "But you had the pipe while you watched?" "I believe so. The memory has that quality of—" Holmes made a vague gesture with his hand, trying to capture something intangible. "When one smokes habitually, Watson, one doesn't always register the act consciously. It becomes as automatic as breathing. I may have been smoking, I may not. The memory refuses to clarify itself." "Well, the pipe isn't at the window either. What came next?" Holmes closed his eyes, still trying to reconstruct the sequence. "The couple entered their building, the cab departed. I turned away from the window. I must have— Yes, I checked the fire before retiring. It was burning low. I added a bit more coal." They moved to the fireplace now, that heart of the Victorian sitting room, that focal point around which domestic life arranged itself. The fire burned cheerfully this morning, Mrs. Hudson having laid it earlier. The hearth was clean. She maintained standards, even with tenants who treated chemistry experiments as acceptable indoor entertainment. The mantelpiece above held its eccentric collection of objects. but they had already confirmed the pipe was not among them. Watson knelt by the coal scuttle, peering into its dark interior, on the off chance the pipe had somehow found its way there. Nothing but coal, black and gleaming, waiting to feed the fire. He straightened, brushing his hands together. Not here either. No. Holmes stood with his hands in his pockets, that thinking posture that Watson had seen countless times. The detective's gaze moved around the room, cataloguing, assessing, eliminating possibilities. The bedroom, then. I must have carried it there when I retired. They returned to the bedroom, a smaller space than the sitting room but no less characteristic of its occupant. The bed was narrow, neatly made now. Holmes maintained certain standards even in his bohemian existence. The bedside table held a lamp turned low, a glass of water, and a small stack of books. Watson glanced at the titles: A Study of Poisons in the Ancient World, Criminal Psychology in the Modern Age, and, somewhat unexpectedly, a volume of Persian poetry. Light reading, Watson murmured. The Persian is for the language practice, Holmes said absently, already conducting his search. One never knows when it might prove useful. The bedroom search was more quickly accomplished than the sitting rooms had been. There were simply fewer places for an object to hide. Holmes checked the bedside table drawer, empty save for a notebook and pencil. Under the pillow, nothing but the pillow itself. The washstand yielded only washing implements. The wardrobe, when opened, revealed Holmes's modest collection of clothing, organised with surprising neatness, but no wayward pipe lurking among the shirts and trousers. Watson stood in the doorway, watching his friend's increasingly thorough search, and felt a growing sympathy. There was something particularly maddening about losing an everyday object in one's own home. The thing must be somewhere close, somewhere obvious, and yet it remained stubbornly invisible. Perhaps, Watson suggested gently, you set it down somewhere unusual, in a moment of distraction, the mind occupied with your monograph while the hands acted independently. Holmes paused in his searching, considering this. Possible. Certainly I have been known to place objects in unconventional locations when deeply focused on a problem. He had once, Watson recalled, stored a particularly pungent chemical sample in the butter dish, much to Mrs. Hudson's horror. But where? They returned to the sitting room, viewing it now with fresh eyes, looking not for the obvious locations but for the strange ones, the places where an absent-minded genius might deposit a beloved pipe without conscious thought. The bookshelf seemed a likely candidate. Holmes approached it, beginning to examine not just the shelves themselves but between the books, behind them. The collection was extensive and eclectic. Legal texts stood shoulder to shoulder with lurid crime novels, scientific treatises neighbour sensational accounts of famous murders. Shakespeare rubbed spines with monographs on soil composition. Holmes began pulling books out at intervals, checking behind them, his movements becoming slightly more agitated as each search proved fruitless. Watson took the lower shelves, working his way along them with patient thoroughness. Behind a particularly large volume on chemistry, he found a forgotten handkerchief. Behind the collected works of Edgar Allan Poe, there was a gap in the wall plaster that might concern a more conventional tenant, but no pipe. The violin case, Holmes said suddenly, moving toward the instrument that rested in its place of honour near the window. He opened the case with care. The violin itself was precious to him, both for its monetary value and its companionship during thinking hours, but the case held only the instrument and its bow nestled in their velvet-lined compartment like sleeping things. Watson had moved on to examining the chemistry corner, though he approached it with considerably more caution than he'd shown the books. Holmes's experiments were not always stable, and Watson had learned through experience that unexpected reactions were not merely possible, but probable. The apparatus stood in its usual complicated arrangement: beakers and burners, tubes and bottles, all bearing evidence of recent use. Some of the bottles still had residue clinging to their insides, substances in various shades of chemical possibility. "I don't suppose you were conducting experiments last night?" Watson asked, keeping his distance from a particularly suspicious-looking green liquid. "No, that was yesterday afternoon. A test for identifying different grades of ink. Quite successful, actually." Holmes had moved on to examining his chair, that worn leather throne where he spent so many hours in contemplation. He ran his hands along the cushions, checked beneath the seat, even peered into the gap between the armrest and the seat back. Nothing. The search continued with increasing thoroughness and decreasing hope. They examined the coal scuttle more carefully. They checked inside the slipper that held tobacco. They looked in the umbrella stand behind the curtains under the rug. Watson even retrieved a long stick and prodded experimentally up the chimney, though Holmes pointed out with some asperity that even in his most absent-minded moments he would hardly post a pipe up a flue. "Perhaps," Watson said, sitting down in his chair with the air of a man who'd earned a rest, "it's time to consider that the pipe might not be in this room at all. You might have taken it elsewhere in the flat." Holmes, who had been examining the inside of a vase for reasons known only to himself, straightened up. "The bathroom? The kitchen? Surely not." "You've wandered into unusual places while thinking before," Watson reminded him. "Remember the time I found you in Mrs. Hudson's pantry, completely unaware of how you'd gotten there, muttering about the significance of bread mould?" A slight flush crept across Holmes's sharp features. "That was different. I was in the midst of a crucial deduction about food poisoning in the Willoughby case. The mind had simply wandered while the feet followed." Nevertheless, Holmes sighed, a sound of concession. "Very well. A complete search of the premises, then, though I confess the idea of my favourite pipe residing in the bathroom strains even my capacity for accepting the improbable." But they searched there nonetheless. The small bathroom at 221B was serviceable rather than luxurious, equipped with the basic necessities of Victorian hygiene and nothing more. The pipe was not perched on the edge of the sink, nor hidden among the towels, nor mysteriously deposited in the medicine cabinet alongside the tinctures and bandages that represented Watson's. Professional caution. Mrs. Hudson's domain, the kitchen, was accessed with proper apology and explanation. Their landlady, her hands dusted with flour from some baking enterprise, listened to their request with that long, suffering patience she'd cultivated over years of unusual inquiries from her upstairs tenants. "You're looking for the pipe in my kitchen?" she asked, her tone suggesting this was perhaps not the strangest thing she'd heard, but it was certainly in the running. "We're being thorough," Watson explained diplomatically. She gestured around the space. "Well, you're welcome to look, though I can tell you I haven't seen it, and I certainly would have noticed if Mr. Holmes had wandered down here in the middle of the night depositing tobacco pipes among my pots and pans." The kitchen search was brief and inevitably unsuccessful. The pipe had not taken up residence among the copper pans, nor hidden itself in the larder, nor decided to observe Mrs. Hudson's baking from some overlooked corner. They climbed the stairs back to their own rooms in silence, Watson feeling the weight of the mystery settling in with unexpected stubbornness, Holmes's expression growing more closed, more focused. The detective had that look now, that particular set to his jaw that meant he'd moved beyond mere annoyance into genuine puzzlement, and genuine puzzlement, for Holmes, was both a challenge and an affront. Back in the sitting room, they stood surrounded by the evidence of their thorough search. Books slightly displaced on shelves, cushions not quite returned to their original positions, the general atmosphere of a space that had been investigated and found wanting. "It must be here," Holmes said, his voice quiet but intense. "Objects do not vanish, Watson. They do not evaporate or ascend to some higher plane of existence. The pipe is in this flat somewhere, and I am simply failing to see it." Watson was about to offer some encouraging response when his eye caught something on the floor near where he'd set his medical bag earlier. A tiny scatter of dark specks barely visible against the darker pattern of the rug. He moved closer, knelt down and examined them with the attention to detail that his friend had trained into him over the years. "Holmes," he said slowly, "come look at this." The detective was at his side in an instant, his keen eyes focusing on the small scatter of debris. He pinched a few of the specks between his fingers, brought them close to his face, even touched one to his tongue briefly before Watson could protest. "Tobacco ash," Holmes said softly, his voice carrying that note of discovery that Watson knew well. "And unless I'm very much mistaken, the particular variety I've been smoking in that very pipe." His eyes lifted, following a faint trail of similar specks across the rug, so scattered and slight that they'd escaped notice during their earlier search. "A trail," Watson breathed. "Indeed." Holmes rose to his feet, his whole demeanour transformed. The frustration had vanished, replaced by that hunting intensity that made him formidable. "A trail that leads... Let us see where it leads, shall we?" The game, as Holmes might have said in other circumstances, was afoot. The trail of ash was faint, so faint that it seemed almost apologetic about its existence, as if it knew it was providing evidence in a case that bordered on the absurd. Holmes stood perfectly still for a moment, his eyes tracking the scattered specks across the Persian rug with an intensity that would have seemed excessive to anyone who didn't know him. But Watson did know him, had seen that particular expression countless times when a case began to yield its secrets, and he felt a small thrill of anticipation despite the domestic nature of their current investigation. Remarkable, Holmes murmured, though whether he was commenting on the ash itself or his own failure to notice it earlier remained unclear. He moved to his chemistry corner with purpose, retrieving a small magnifying glass and what appeared to be a collection of glass slides. "Watson, would you be so good as to ensure we don't disturb this trail while I conduct a proper analysis?" Watson positioned himself carefully, marking in his mind the path of the scattered ash. It began, as he'd first noticed, near where he'd set his medical bag by the door. From there it seemed to drift, there was no better word for it, across the room in a meandering path that suggested either great carelessness or great distraction on the part of whoever had carried the pipe. Holmes returned with his equipment and knelt beside the first concentration of ash near Watson's bag. With meticulous care, he collected several specks onto a glass slide, holding it up to the weak November light that filtered through the windows. His eyes narrowed in that way that meant his mind was performing calculations and comparisons at a speed that left ordinary thinking far behind. "The ash is fresh," he announced. "No more than 12 hours old, I should estimate. The edges haven't degraded as they would with extended exposure to air. The colour is consistent with my preferred tobacco blend, a mixture I prepare myself, combining Virginia leaf with a touch of Latakia for depth." He produced a small notebook from his pocket and began making notes with quick, efficient strokes. The particle size suggests it fell from the pipe rather than being deliberately tapped out. When one empties a pipe, the ash tends to clump. This is dispersed, scattered, which indicates movement while the pipe still contains burning or recently burned tobacco. Watson watched this analysis with the familiar mixture of admiration and amusement that Holmes's methods often inspired in him. Here was a man who could identify tobacco as the way other men might identify old friends, who had literally written the monograph on the subject, who maintained samples of 140 varieties of pipe, cigar and cigarette tobacco in his index. "So someone was carrying your pipe, lit or recently lit, and walking across this room," Watson summarized. "That someone being, presumably, you." The presumption is logical, though we should not eliminate other possibilities entirely. Holmes had moved along the trail now, following it with the focused attention of a hound on a scent. "Mrs. Hudson does not smoke. You prefer cigarettes when you indulge, and in any case you were out on your rounds yesterday evening, which does indeed leave me as the primary suspect in the mystery of my own missing pipe." The trail led them on a wandering path that painted an interesting picture of someone's movements through the room. From near the door it curved toward the desk, though not in a direct line. Whoever had been walking, Holmes, almost certainly Holmes, had been moving with the aimless drift of a man whose body was present, but whose mind was elsewhere entirely. "I must have been thinking," Holmes said, almost to himself. "Working through some problem in the monograph, perhaps. The conscious mind occupied while the unconscious handled the physical business of walking, smoking, existing in space." "You do tend to pace when you're thinking," Watson offered. "I've seen you walk miles in this room without ever approaching the door." The ash trail paused near the desk, a slightly heavier concentration suggesting Holmes had stood there for some moments. Then it continued, veering toward the bookshelf. Watson could picture it now. His friend, pipe clenched between his teeth, moving restlessly through the familiar geography of the room while his mind worked through whatever problem had captured it. The body knew these spaces so well it required no conscious guidance. The feet found their way around furniture, avoided obstacles, traced patterns worn into habit by years of residence. "Fascinating," Holmes muttered, examining a particularly clear print of ash near the bookshelf. He pulled out his magnifying glass again, studying the pattern with the intensity of a man reading ancient scripture. The composition here shows signs of having been disturbed by air movement, a draught perhaps, or— he straightened, looking toward the window, or the movement of someone walking past. The trail led them along the bookshelf, and Watson noticed now that several books had been pulled slightly forward from their usual positions, as if someone had run their hand along the spines while passing. A characteristic gesture of Holmes's, that absent-minded contact with his books, as if drawing comfort or inspiration from their mere presence. Holmes paused, tilted his head in thought. "I was considering the problem of Turkish tobacco," he said slowly, as if the memory was emerging from fog. There's a variety grown in Izmir that produces a distinctive ash, very fine in texture, with a particular sheen when examined under magnification. I was trying to recall the exact characteristics, and I believe... He reached up, pulled out a heavy volume on Eastern trade and agriculture. Yes, I was looking for this. I consulted it yesterday afternoon. He opened the book, and a small shower of tobacco ash drifted out from between the pages, settling onto the floor like dark snow. Watson couldn't help himself. He laughed, a short bark of amusement that he tried to smother but failed. Holmes looked at him, one eyebrow raised. "You find my research methods amusing?" "I find it amusing that your pipe is leaving a trail through your library," Watson said, grinning. "Like Hansel and Gretel's breadcrumbs, except with tobacco ash instead of bread. Though I suppose at least this won't attract birds." Despite himself, Holmes's mouth twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "The metaphor is apt, if somewhat whimsical. Though I should point out that breadcrumbs would be far less useful for dating the trail or determining its origin point." They continued following the scattered evidence. The ash led them away from the bookshelf, curving back toward the centre of the room. Here the trail became lighter, more dispersed, as if the pipe had burned lower, producing less ash with each step. Holmes knelt again, examining the pattern with his glass. "The density decreases," he observed, "which suggests the tobacco was nearing depletion. I must have been reaching the end of the pipe's capacity. Another 10 minutes of smoking, perhaps 15 at most, and it would have required emptying and refilling." "But you didn't refill it," Watson said, "or we'd have found it in your tobacco slipper on the mantelpiece." "Precisely, which means something interrupted the normal sequence of events. I finished smoking, or nearly so, and then—" "What?" The trail led them toward Watson's usual chair, that comfortable leather seat that had moulded itself to its occupant's shape over years of evening conversations and quiet reading. The ash here was slightly more concentrated, as if Holmes had paused in his pacing, standing near the chair while he thought. Watson frowned, trying to remember the previous evening. He had been out, yes, on his evening rounds. Mrs. Patterson in Marylebone, her chronic bronchitis requiring monitoring. Then young Tommy Fletcher with his broken arm, healing well. Finally the Whitcombs, where he'd stayed rather later than intended, discussed the father's gout and accepting a glass of port that courtesy had made it difficult to refuse. "What time did you return last night?" Holmes asked, as if reading his thoughts. "Late. Past 11, I should think. You were already working at your desk when I came in." "Did we speak?" Watson considered. "Briefly. You were absorbed in your writing. I mentioned something about the fog. You made some reply about its density affecting the city's criminal activity. Something about reduced visibility emboldening the opportunistic thief. I collected a few items I'd need for this. Morning's early call and went to bed." "You collected items?" Holmes's eyes had taken on that gleam that meant he'd seized upon something significant. "From where?" "Well, from various places. My medical bag was here in the sitting room. I'd brought it in from the hall the day before and hadn't returned it to the bedroom. I gathered some supplies from the shelf there." Watson gestured toward a small bookshelf near his chair, where he kept certain medical supplies that he preferred to have readily accessible. "Some bandages, I think. A bottle of iodine, the usual necessities." Holmes had moved to the shelf now, examining it with renewed interest. The ash trail, Watson noticed, came very close to this location. In fact, there was a small concentration of it near the base of the shelf, as if someone had stood there for several moments. "You were here," Holmes said quietly, "standing here, gathering your supplies, and I—" He closed his eyes, clearly straining to recall the scene. "I was thinking about the Turkish tobacco. I had the pipe. I was pacing, working through the characteristics I wanted to include in the monograph. You spoke to me." "About the fog," Watson confirmed. "Yes, and I must have stopped pacing, turned toward you. We had some brief exchanges." His eyes opened, focusing on Watson with sudden intensity. "What was I holding?" Watson tried to visualize the scene, but it swam frustratingly at the edges of memory. He'd been tired from his rounds, his mind already half-focused on the morning's early appointment. Holmes had been a familiar presence in the peripheral vision, nothing requiring particular attention. "I don't recall specifically. You often have your pipe when you're thinking. But was I smoking it? Or had I already finished?" Watson shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, Holmes. I wasn't paying that much attention. You know how it is. The familiar becomes invisible. I see you with a pipe so often that I probably wouldn't notice unless you were actively on fire." Holmes made a small sound that might have been amusement or frustration. Fair enough. The fault is mine for not being more present in the moment. He returned his attention to the ash trail, which continued past Watson's area and led, somewhat circuitously, toward the door. "Toward the door," Watson mused. "Were you seeing me out?" "But I went to my bedroom, not out of the flat." "No, but your medical bag was near the door. You said you'd brought it in from the hall and not yet returned it to the bedroom." Holmes moved to where Watson had set the bag that morning, examined the floor around it with minute attention. And here the trail grows heavier again, not from active smoking, but from accumulated ash in the pipe being disturbed, as if— He paused, straightened, turned to look at Watson with an expression that was difficult to read. "What?" Watson asked, feeling suddenly as if he'd missed something important. "Tell me again exactly what you did when you came in last night. Every detail, no matter how small," Watson thought back, retracing his movements. "I came up the stairs, entered the sitting room. You were at your desk, writing. I commented on the fog. You made your reply about criminal activity. I then collected my medical supplies from the shelf. I was preparing for this morning's early call to old Mr. Hendricks. His heart condition requires regular monitoring. I put the supplies in my medical bag, which was here by the door. And then I bid you good night and went to my bedroom. Taking the bag with you? No, actually. I left it by the door so I wouldn't forget it this morning. I was quite tired, and if I'd taken it to the bedroom I might have left it there out of habit." Holmes was very still now, his eyes fixed on Watson's medical bag with an expression that combined triumph, chagrin, and something that might have been embarrassment. "Watson," he said slowly, "when you were collecting your supplies last night, were we conversing?" "Yes, briefly, nothing of substance, pleasantries really." "And I was standing near you, near enough to hand you something, perhaps?" Watson's eyes widened as understanding began to dawn. "Holmes, you don't think—" "I think," Holmes interrupted, his voice carrying that particular dry tone he adopted when he'd made a particularly obvious deduction that had somehow eluded him until the last moment, "that we should examine the contents of your medical bag rather thoroughly." The morning light, such as it was, seemed to grow slightly brighter, or perhaps that was merely Watson's imagination. The fog outside pressed against the windows with patient persistence, London going about its business in muffled anonymity beyond their walls. The clock ticked its steady rhythm, marking the seconds while two men stood looking at a simple leather medical bag as if it were Pandora's box. Watson moved toward the bag slowly, a smile beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. "You didn't." "I may have," Holmes admitted, and now there was definite amusement in his voice, mixed with that self-directed irritation that came from having overlooked the obvious. The mind was occupied with tobacco varieties, the hands were holding a pipe. You were collecting medical supplies, opening your bag, and I was standing nearby, likely offering some commentary that I believed was helpful. The unconscious mind, managing the physical business of existence, may have decided that the pipe was something that needed to be put away, and your open medical bag was as good a location as any. So while discussing the fog and criminal behaviour, you potentially deposited your favourite pipe into my medical supplies. "It is," Holmes said with resignation, "entirely possible, perhaps even probable. The ash trail leads directly to where your bag was positioned, and I have no memory whatsoever of what I did with the pipe after our conversation, which suggests the action was so automatic, so divorced from conscious thought, that it made no impression whatsoever on my memory." Watson stood with his hand on the bag's clasp, savouring the moment. It wasn't often that Sherlock Holmes found himself outwitted by his own absent-mindedness, and the occasion seemed worth marking. "Well then," he said, his tone deliberately light, "shall we solve the mystery of the forgotten pipe?" "By all means," Holmes replied, and despite everything, the wasted morning, the embarrassment, the sheer, mundane ridiculousness of it all, Watson could see genuine curiosity in his friend's eyes, that insatiable need to know, to confirm the hypothesis, to see the theory proven or disproven by evidence. Watson opened the bag. The medical bag sat between them like evidence in a trial, its worn leather surface bearing the scars of years of service. Watson had carried this bag through rain and fog, into sick rooms and surgery theatres, across London's vast geography of human suffering and healing. It was as much a part of his professional identity as Holmes's magnifying glass was of his. and now it potentially held the solution to their morning's domestic mystery, which was either deeply ironic or simply amusing depending on one's perspective. Watson's fingers worked the brass clasp with the familiarity of long practice. The mechanism clicked open with that satisfying sound of precise engineering, a small triumph of Victorian craftsmanship. He lifted the bag's flap, revealing the neatly organised interior that represented his own particular form of order, so different from Holmes's controlled chaos, yet equally systematic in its way. The bag's contents were precisely as he'd left them the night before, arranged with the methodical care that surgery had trained into him. Bandages rolled with military precision occupied one compartment. Glass bottles of various tinctures and medicines stood in their padded sections, their labels facing forward for easy identification. Surgical instruments rested in their designated slots, each tool clean and ready for use. There were swabs and cotton wool, a small bottle of carbolic acid, adhesive plaster, a tourniquet, and a clinical thermometer in its protective case. And there, nestled between a roll of lint bandage and a bottle of iodine tincture, looking for all the world as if it had been deliberately placed there for safekeeping, was Holmes's missing briar pipe. Watson stared at it for a moment, then began to laugh. It started as a chuckle, grew into a proper laugh, the kind that came from deep in the chest and couldn't be suppressed even if one wanted to. Holmes, standing beside him, made a sound that might have been a sigh or might have been his own suppressed amusement. It was difficult to tell. "Well," Watson managed between laughs, "I suppose we've solved the case of the forgotten pipe. The culprit, Sherlock Holmes himself, aided and abetted by absent-mindedness and a conveniently open medical bag." Holmes reached into the bag and retrieved his pipe with the careful reverence of a man reuniting with a lost friend. He turned it over in his hands, examining it as if to confirm it was indeed the genuine article, and not some clever substitute. The pipe appeared entirely unchanged by its unusual overnight accommodation. The bowl still held a small quantity of ash from the previous evening's smoking. The stem bore the familiar tooth marks of years of use. It was, indisputably, his pipe, and it had been exactly where the ash trail and logical deduction had suggested it would be. "I apologise, Watson," Holmes said, though his tone carried more amusement than contrition, "for appropriating your medical bag as storage for my smoking apparatus. In my defence, I was entirely unaware of doing so." "Which somehow makes it worse," Watson replied, his laughter subsiding into a broad smile. The great detective, unable to track his own property over the course of a single evening. "I shall dine out on this story for months." "You shall do no such thing," Holmes said firmly, though the corners of his mouth twitched. "My reputation would never survive." Holmes baffled by missing pipe. "Can you imagine the headlines? Lestrade would never let me hear the end of it." Watson sat down in his chair, still grinning, feeling the pleasant exhaustion that follows laughter. "Oh, I don't know. It's rather humanizing, don't you think? The great consulting detective subject to the same petty forgetfulness as the rest of us mortals." Holmes moved to his own chair, the pipe still in his hand, regarding it with an expression that mingled fondness and exasperation. "I suppose there's a certain philosophical lesson in it. The mind, no matter how trained or disciplined, still operates through a physical brain that is subject to the vagaries of consciousness and attention. When one's focus is entirely consumed by abstract thinking, in this case, the characteristics of Turkish tobacco ash, the automatic processes that govern routine physical actions can produce unexpected results, such as filling one's pipe in a friend's medical supplies. Precisely. Holmes settled into his chair, that familiar leather throne that had supported countless hours of thought. Outside, the fog continued its patient siege of London, softening the city's edges, muffling its sounds. Inside 221B Baker Street, the fire crackled quietly, the clock ticked its eternal rhythm, and two friends sat in the comfortable silence that years of companionship had made possible. Watson watched as Holmes prepared the pipe for smoking, emptying the old ash into a tray with practised efficiency, filling the bowl with fresh tobacco from the Persian slipper on the mantelpiece. There was something almost ritualistic about it, this morning's first pipe finally achieved after the unexpected detour of their search. The detective's long fingers worked the tobacco, with the care of a man who understood that some pleasures deserved proper attention. "You know," Watson said thoughtfully, "we spent the better part of the morning searching for that pipe. a systematic investigation of the entire flat, following an ash trail, conducting careful analysis. All the tools of your trade, applied to the most mundane of domestic mysteries. Your point being? Holmes struck a match, the brief flare of light catching in his keen eyes as he applied it to the pipe's bowl. My point being that perhaps there's no such thing as an insignificant mystery. The same principles that help you solve crimes for Scotland Yard work equally well for finding missing pipes. Observation, deduction, the careful following of evidence to its logical conclusion. Holmes drew on the pipe, and smoke curled upward in that lazy hypnotic way that made it so conducive to thought. An interesting observation, though I'm not certain I'd want to build a career on locating misplaced household items. Sherlock Holmes, finder of lost pipes and wayward spectacles. It lacks a certain gravitas. True enough, though you'd never want for clients, half of London is constantly losing things. They sat in companionable quiet for a moment, Watson enjoying the familiar scent of Holmes's tobacco, that distinctive blend that had become as much a part of 221B's atmosphere as the wallpaper. The morning's mystery might have been minor, even absurd, but there was something satisfying about its resolution nonetheless. A problem posed, evidence gathered, conclusion reached. The same pattern that governed Holmes's professional life scaled down to the domestic and personal. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, her expression carrying that particular knowing look that suggested she'd been aware of the entire morning's proceedings, despite being occupied in her own domain below. "I see the pipe has been found," she observed, her tone carefully neutral. "It has," Holmes confirmed, residing, as it turns out, in Dr. Watson's medical bag. "How very thorough of it," Mrs. Hudson said, and Watson was fairly certain he detected amusement beneath her proper landlady demeanour. To choose such a safe and professional hiding place, one might almost think it had medical training. Holmes shot her a look that was meant to be quelling but failed entirely in the face of her unflappable composure. "Yes, well, the matter is resolved. Order has been restored to the universe." "Indeed. Will you gentlemen be wanting lunch at the usual time, or has the morning's excitement disrupted your schedule?" "The usual time will be fine, Mrs. Hudson. Thank you." She nodded and withdrew, leaving behind the faintest suggestion that she found the entire situation more entertaining than she was willing to explicitly state. Watson had long suspected that Mrs. Hudson possessed her own considerable powers of observation and deduction, sharpened by years of managing unusual tenants. Very little that occurred at 221B escaped her notice, though she had the wisdom to keep most of her observations to herself. "She's laughing at me," Holmes said once she'd gone, though he didn't sound particularly bothered by the prospect. "Undoubtedly, as am I, as you would be, if the situation were reversed. If you'd lost a pipe in my medical bag, I'd have deduced its location in 5 minutes. Would you? Or would you have spent the morning searching the flat just as we did, only to arrive at the same conclusion in the end?" Holmes considered this, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Perhaps. The mind sees what it expects to see, and misses what seems improbable. A pipe in a medical bag is sufficiently unexpected that it might evade detection, even under systematic observation. Watson felt a sudden warmth of affection for his friend, this brilliant, complicated man who could unravel the most complex criminal schemes, but be undone by his own absent-mindedness. There was something endearing about Holmes's very human fallibility, these moments when the great detective was simply a man dealing with the same small frustrations as everyone else. "Tell me," Watson said, struck by curiosity, "what were you thinking about last night? When you were pacing and smoking and presumably depositing your pipe in my bag, what problem of Turkish tobacco was so consuming that it occupied your entire consciousness?" Holmes's expression shifted, taking on that distant quality that meant he was accessing some specific memory, some particular chain of thought. "I was considering the problem of dating ash samples. When examining a crime scene, one finds tobacco ash with some frequency. Smokers are remarkably careless about where they deposit their leaves. The question becomes, how long has this ash been here? Is it from the time of the crime, or earlier? Does it belong to the perpetrator, the victim, or some unrelated third party? And Turkish tobacco is relevant to this. How? Turkish tobacco, particularly certain varieties grown in specific regions, contains trace minerals from the soil. These minerals alter the composition of the ash in ways that can be detected through chemical analysis. More importantly, these minerals undergo changes when exposed to air and moisture. A fresh ash sample from Turkish tobacco will show certain crystalline structures under magnification. As the ash ages, these structures degrade in predictable ways. Watson found himself genuinely interested despite the technical nature of the explanation. This was Holmes in his element, synthesizing observations from disparate fields, botany, chemistry, geology, into practical investigative tools, so you can determine not just what type of tobacco created the ash, but how old the ash is. Within certain parameters, yes, the technique is still being refined. Last night I was attempting to establish more precise timelines. If I can demonstrate that ash from a particular Turkish variety shows measurable degradation after 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, it becomes a tool for establishing timelines at crime scenes. And this work was so absorbing that you put your pipe in my medical bag without noticing. Apparently so. Holmes smiled slightly, a rare expression that softened his sharp features. The irony is not lost on me. Here I was, developing methods to analyse tobacco evidence, while simultaneously creating a small mystery with my own tobacco use. The morning had worn on while they'd been occupied with their search. The light coming through the windows had shifted, the fog perhaps thinning slightly, though London's November weather was notoriously reluctant to commit to any particular state. Somewhere in the street below, a vendor called out his wares, the words muffled by distance and atmosphere into a rhythmic pattern rather than distinct speech. Watson rose and moved to the window, looking down at the street scene below. The world continued its business regardless of domestic mysteries at 221B Baker Street. A cab rattled past, its driver hunched against the damp cold. A woman in a dark coat hurried along the pavement, her destination urgent enough to brave the unpleasant weather. A street sweeper worked methodically, his broom scraping against cobblestones with patient persistence. "It's a strange business when you think about it," Watson said, still watching the street. "We see mysteries everywhere. You've trained me to look for the unusual, the out of place, the significant detail. And yet sometimes the mystery is simply that we're human, prone to distraction and forgetfulness. The missing pipe wasn't stolen by a criminal mastermind or hidden as part of some elaborate scheme. It was just misplaced, by accident, through inattention." "Does that disappoint you?" Holmes asked from his chair. Watson turned to look at his friend. "Disappointed? No. If anything, it's reassuring. Reminds me that not everything requires a dramatic explanation. Sometimes a pipe is just a pipe, and sometimes it ends up in a medical bag because the man holding it was thinking about something else entirely." Holmes drew on his pipe again, the tobacco glowing in the bowl, smoke drifting upward in lazy spirals that caught the weak light. "There's a certain comfort in the mundane, I suppose, though I'd prefer not to make a habit of such incidents. One's reputation can withstand only so much undermining by domestic farce." "Your secret is safe with me," Watson assured him, "though I reserve the right to remind you of this morning whenever you become too insufferably certain of your own infallibility." "I am never insufferably certain. Holmes, you once deduced a man's entire life history from the way he tied his shoelaces, and then spent 20 minutes explaining why anyone who couldn't do the same was woefully unobservant. The shoelaces were quite revealing, and I was making a pedagogical point." Watson laughed again, that same warm amusement that had characterized the morning's conclusion. "Of course you were." They settled into silence again, the comfortable quiet of two people who'd shared enough conversations to know that not every moment needed to be filled with words. The fire crackled. The clock ticked. Holmes smoked his recovered pipe with evident satisfaction. Watson stood by the window, watching London's fog-softened streets, feeling the peculiar contentment that comes from solving even a small mystery, from finding what was lost, from the simple pleasure of a morning spent in good company. Outside, the city carried on its vast, complex business. Crimes were committed and solved, fortunes made and lost, lives lived in all their infinite variety. But here in these rooms, at this moment, the world had narrowed to something simpler. 2 friends, a found pipe, and the gentle humour of human imperfection. It was, Watson thought, quite enough. The discovery of the pipe had brought a certain levity to 221B Baker Street, a lightness that settled over the rooms like the smoke from Holmes's now contentedly burning tobacco. Watson had returned to his chair, stretching his legs out toward the fire with the satisfaction of a man who'd earned his rest, even if the morning's exertions had been more mental than physical. The search, the deduction, the eventual solution, all of it had been conducted within the familiar confines of their sitting room, yet it had contained all the essential elements of their more dramatic investigations. Holmes sat in his own chair, the pipe firmly between his teeth, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose of contemplation. His eyes had taken on a distant quality, not quite focused on the room around him, as if he were viewing something beyond the physical space they occupied. Watson recognized this state. His friend was thinking, processing, analyzing not just the morning's events, but their implications, their patterns, their place in some larger framework of understanding. "You know, Watson," Holmes said at length, his voice carrying that musing quality that preceded some observation he found particularly interesting. "This morning's little mystery illustrates a principle that I've long believed but rarely articulated. The human mind is not one unified thing, but rather a collection of processes, many of which operate independently of conscious awareness." Watson shifted in his chair, intrigued despite himself. Holmes in philosophical mode was always worth listening to, even if one didn't always agree with his conclusions. "Go on." "Consider what happened last night. My conscious mind was entirely occupied with the problem of Turkish tobacco ash, the mineral composition, the degradation patterns, the investigative applications. That level of thought consumed what we might call my attention. But simultaneously, other parts of my mind were managing my physical existence. I was walking, smoking, maintaining balance, and avoiding furniture. I was processing visual, information about my environment, auditory information from your voice, tactile information from the pipe in my hand. And all of this without conscious thought," Watson added. "Precisely. The conscious mind can only attend to one thing at a time, or at most, a very few things. But the brain itself is managing hundreds of processes simultaneously. Most of these never rise to the level of conscious awareness. You breathe without thinking about it. Your heart beats. Your eyes focus and refocus constantly. When you walk, you don't consciously calculate each step, the precise angle of each joint, the exact force required from each muscle." Watson nodded slowly. "I see where you're going with this. When you were standing near me last night, your conscious mind was occupied with tobacco varieties, but your unconscious mind was managing the physical business of holding the pipe. And when it determined the pipe should be put away, it selected the most convenient location, which happened to be your open medical bag, an entirely logical choice from the perspective of simple physical convenience, divorced from any consideration of propriety or convention." Holmes's expression suggested he found this both fascinating and slightly vexing. The conscious mind would never have made such a choice, but the unconscious mind, operating on pure efficiency, saw an open container and deposited an object that needed containing. Rather like a very logical child who hasn't yet learned social conventions. An apt comparison. Holmes drew on his pipe, the smoke curling upward in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, though Watson knew they were simply the product of air currents and temperature gradients. It explains a great deal about human behavior that seems otherwise inexplicable. We like to think of ourselves as rational beings, making conscious choices based on careful thought. But the truth is that most of our actions are governed by these unconscious processes, operating according to their own logic, their own priorities. The fire popped softly, a small ember leaping from the wood and landing on the hearth, where it glowed briefly before fading to grey ash. Watson watched it absently, considering Holmes's words. There was something slightly unsettling about the idea that one's actions might be governed by processes beyond conscious control, yet he had to admit it matched his own observations of human behaviour. "In medicine," Watson said thoughtfully, "we see this constantly. Patients will swear they've been taking their medication exactly as prescribed, and they genuinely believe it. But when you examine their behaviour more closely, you find they've been skipping doses without even realising it. The conscious mind remembers the intention to take the medicine, but the unconscious mind, operating on habit and routine, simply forgets when the routine is disrupted." Exactly. The gap between intention and action, between what we believe we've done and what we've actually done, is often considerable. And it's not a matter of dishonesty. The conscious mind genuinely doesn't have access to all the information about what the unconscious processes are doing. Holmes fell silent for a moment, his eyes now focused on his pipe as if it were an artifact of great archaeological significance, rather than a simple smoking implement. Watson could see his friend's mind working. connecting this morning's minor mystery to larger patterns of thought, the way Holmes always did. Nothing was ever just itself with Holmes. Every observation, every incident became data for some broader understanding. "There's a case," Holmes said suddenly, sitting forward slightly in his chair, "that this brings to mind. 2 years ago, perhaps you remember it, the Addleton forgery affair." Watson searched his memory. The banker who was accused of forging his own firm's documents. The same. Reginald Addleton, a man of impeccable reputation, found himself facing ruin when documents bearing his signature authorized transfers of funds that he swore he'd never approved. The handwriting was his, verified by 3 independent experts. The signature was perfect, and yet he maintained, with what seemed like genuine conviction, that he'd never signed them. "I remember you proved someone else had done it. Some clerk with a talent for forgery, wasn't he?" That was the official conclusion, yes, and it was partially true. There was indeed a clerk involved in the scheme, but the reality was more complex. Holmes leaned back again, his pipe held loosely in his hand. The truth was that Addleton had signed the documents. His signature, his hand, no forgery involved. But he had done so while his conscious mind was occupied with other matters. The clerk would bring stacks of papers requiring signatures, and Addleton would sign them while simultaneously reading correspondence, conducting conversations and thinking about entirely unrelated business. His hand performed the physical act of signing while his mind was elsewhere. So he genuinely didn't remember signing them? He had no conscious memory of the act whatsoever. To his conscious mind, those signatures didn't exist. But his hand, operating on automatic processes, had signed them when the clerk placed them in front of him at strategic moments. The clerk had exploited this gap between conscious attention and unconscious action. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. That's rather disturbing when you think about it. The idea that one could perform significant actions with no conscious awareness or memory of doing so. Indeed, and yet it happens constantly on a smaller scale. How many times have you walked from one room to another and forgotten why you went there? How many times have you placed an object down and then been unable to recall where you put it? The hand performed the action, but the conscious mind wasn't paying attention, and so, no, memory was formed, like your pipe ending up in my medical bag, precisely like that, though in Addleton's case the consequences were rather more serious than a morning spent searching for smoking apparatus. The conversation had taken on that quality it sometimes did when Holmes was in a philosophical mood, ranging across topics, connecting disparate observations into larger patterns. Watson found it simultaneously fascinating and occasionally exhausting. His own mind worked in a more linear fashion, preferring to deal with one thing at a time, to resolve each question before moving to the next. Holmes's thinking was more like a web, each thought connected to every other thought, the whole structure vibrating with interconnected meaning. Outside, the fog had begun to lift slightly, or perhaps it had simply thinned enough that shapes were becoming more distinct through it. Watson could see across the street now, could make out the details of the buildings opposite, the movement of pedestrians, the general business of London beginning to emerge from the morning's obscurity. It was almost noon now, the day half spent, and what did they have to show for it? A found pipe, a conversation about consciousness and memory, the comfortable companionship of a shared morning. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs announced lunch before she did, that particular rhythm of tread that they'd both learned to recognize. She entered bearing a tray with the efficiency of long practice, setting it on the table between their chairs with the careful precision of someone who'd learned not to disturb important papers or chemical experiments that might be occupying any given surface. "Lunch, gentlemen," she announced. "Cold beef, fresh bread, some of that cheese you like, Mr. Holmes. And I've made a pot of tea strong enough to stand a spoon in, Dr. Watson, just as you prefer." "You're a treasure, Mrs. Hudson," Watson said warmly, genuinely grateful. The morning's exertions, minimal though they'd been, had awakened his appetite. "I do my best with what I'm given to work with," she replied, but there was affection beneath the tartness. "Will there be anything else? Any other lost items requiring location? Missing slippers? Wayward correspondence?" Holmes gave her a look. "The pipe has been found, Mrs. Hudson. I think we can consider the case closed." "Very good, sir. Though might I suggest that in future you consider actually remembering where you put things? Would save everyone a great deal of trouble." She paused at the door, allowing herself a small smile. Though I suppose if you were that organised you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Holmes, would you? I'm not certain whether that was a compliment or a criticism, Holmes remarked once she'd gone. With Mrs. Hudson it's usually both, Watson said, reaching for the bread. She's fond of you, you know, despite everything, or perhaps because of everything. They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the food, simple but satisfying, the tea strong and hot and exactly what Watson's morning required. Holmes ate with his usual distracted air, as if consuming food were a necessary inconvenience rather than a pleasure, but Watson noticed he finished everything on his plate nonetheless. "Tell me something, Watson," Holmes said, setting down his teacup. "This morning, when you were searching for the pipe, participating in the investigation, did it feel different from our usual cases? Less important, perhaps, because the stakes were lower?" Watson considered the question carefully. Different, yes, but not necessarily less important. The principles were the same: observation, deduction, following evidence to its conclusion. The skills you've taught me were all applicable, just on a smaller scale, and there was something satisfying about it, something pure in a way. We weren't dealing with crime or danger or human malice, just a simple mystery requiring a solution. No villains, Holmes mused, except perhaps my own absent-mindedness, which is hardly villainous, merely human. I'm not always comfortable with being merely human, Watson. It seems like a limitation. Watson laughed softly. We're all limited, Holmes, even you. Perhaps especially you in some ways. Your mind is extraordinary, but it's still a human mind, operating through a human brain, subject to all the quirks and failures that entails. Holmes was quiet for a moment, his fingers absently stroking the stem of his recovered pipe, which sat on the arm of his chair like a cat that had wandered back after a night's adventure. There's a certain comfort in that, I suppose. The idea that even extraordinary abilities are housed in ordinary flesh keeps one from becoming too insufferable. Too late for that, I'm afraid, Watson said cheerfully. You passed insufferable years ago and have been pioneering new territories of certainty ever since. You're enjoying this far too much. I really am. It's not often I get to see the great Sherlock Holmes outwitted by his own brain's filing system. The afternoon light filtering through the thinning fog cast long shadows across the room. The fire had burned down to comfortable embers, radiating steady warmth. Outside, London continued its vast, indifferent business, millions of lives intersecting and diverging, each person occupied with their own concerns, their own mysteries large and small. Watson looked at his friend, sitting there with his recovered pipe, his brilliant mind that could solve the most complex puzzles, yet be defeated by simple inattention. There was something deeply human about the whole affair, something that made Holmes seem less like the calculating machine he sometimes presented himself as, and more like what he actually was. A man of remarkable gifts, certainly, but a man nonetheless. "I'm glad we found it," Watson said quietly. "Your pipe. I know it matters to you, even if it's just an object." Holmes met his eyes, and for a moment the usual guardedness was absent, replaced by something warmer, more open. "It does matter, not because of any particular monetary value, I could replace it easily enough, but because it's familiar, because it's been with me through a great deal. There's comfort in familiar things, Watson, in objects that have been part of one's life long enough to become extensions of oneself. I understand that. I know you do." Holmes picked up the pipe, turned it over in his hands with that gentle reverence that spoke of genuine attachment. "Thank you, by the way, for helping search for it, for treating this minor domestic crisis as if it were a real investigation. You didn't have to." "Of course I did," Watson said simply. "That's what friends do." And there it was, really, the heart of the matter. Not the pipe itself, not even the mystery of its disappearance and recovery, but this. Two friends sharing a space, solving problems together whether large or small, finding meaning in each other's company. The pipe had been lost and was now found, but more importantly the morning had been shared, the search conducted together, the solution reached through collaboration. Outside, a church bell tolled the hour, its sound carrying through the afternoon air with solemn authority. 1 o'clock, the day moving forward, the morning receding into memory, becoming another story in the long collection of days at 221B Baker Street. Holmes lifted his pipe toward Watson in a small gesture that might have been a salute, or might have been simply acknowledgement. "To solve mysteries," he he said. Watson raised his teacup in response. To find pipes, he countered, and the friends who help find them. They sat in the comfortable silence of afternoon, the fire glowing, the fog lifting, London vast and alive beyond their windows, and neither felt any need to say more. The afternoon had settled into that particular quality of light that November afternoons in London possessed. Not quite day, not quite evening, but something suspended between the two, as if the city itself couldn't quite commit to the passage of time. The fog that had pressed so insistently against the windows earlier had finally begun to surrender, retreating in wisps and tendrils, revealing a sky the colour of old pewter. Through the windows of 221B Baker Street, the world looked softer somehow, gentler, as if the fog had filed down the sharp edges of reality before departing. Holmes had relocated to his desk after lunch, the recovered pipe now resting in its proper place on the desk's corner, a small monument to the morning's domestic adventure. He'd returned to his monograph on tobacco ash, but Watson noticed his friend's usual intense focus seemed diluted somehow, as if the morning's events had disrupted his capacity for complete absorption in the work. Every so often, Holmes would glance at the pipe, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth, an expression that might have been amusement, or might have been something softer, acknowledgement perhaps of his own fallibility. Watson had settled with the morning papers, though they were afternoon papers by now, the news already aging even as he read it. The Times carried its usual collection of imperial concerns and domestic politics, the language formal and measured, as if the printed word could impose order on the chaos of events. There was something soothing about the ritual of reading, the turning of pages, the scanning of headlines, even if most of the news would be forgotten by evening. But his mind kept drifting back to the morning's events, to the search and the discovery, and particularly to the question that had been nagging at him since they'd found the pipe in his medical bag. How exactly had it happened? What had been the precise sequence of events that led Holmes to deposit his most prized possession among bandages and medicine bottles? "Holmes," Watson said, lowering his paper, "I've been thinking about last night." Holmes looked up from his writing, his pen pausing mid-word. A dangerous occupation, thinking. It leads to all manner of uncomfortable questions. Nevertheless, I'm curious about the exact sequence of events. We know the pipe ended up in my bag, but I'd like to understand precisely how. You've reconstructed countless crimes from less evidence. Surely you can reconstruct your own actions from 12 hours ago. Holmes set down his pen with deliberate care, his expression shifting into that focused intensity that meant he was taking the question seriously. You want me to deduce my own past? An interesting challenge. Very well. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin, his eyes closing as he retreated into memory and reasoning. Let us begin with established facts, he said, his voice taking on that lecturing quality that Watson had heard hundreds of times, usually when Holmes was explaining some brilliant deduction to Scotland Yard's baffled inspectors. Yesterday evening, I was working on my monograph. The tobacco question had become particularly vexing. The distinction between Turkish and Persian varieties is more subtle than I'd initially appreciated. The mineral content varies not just by region, but by specific growing conditions, soil composition, even the particular year of harvest. Watson nodded, though Holmes's eyes remained closed, the detective visualizing the scene rather than observing his audience. I was smoking while I worked. The pipe-aide's thought provides a rhythm to contemplation. I would write a passage, pause to consider its accuracy, smoke, and write again. This continued for some hours. I was aware of time passing only in the abstract, the light fading, the need to light the desk lamp, the general sense of evening deepening into night. I came home around 11, Watson prompted. Yes, I heard you on the stairs, recognized your tread. You entered the sitting room, and I registered your presence peripherally but did not fully engage with it. My conscious attention was still occupied with the tobacco problem. Specifically, I was trying to recall a particular reference I'd read months ago about mineral deposits in Anatolian soil. Holmes's brow furrowed slightly, his concentration deepening as he reconstructed the scene. Watson found himself leaning forward slightly, drawn into the narrative despite knowing the conclusion. You spoke to me, Holmes continued, something about the fog. I responded. I remember the response. Something about reduced visibility and criminal opportunity. A standard observation, requiring no real thought, delivered automatically while my mind remained focused on the tobacco question. And you were still holding the pipe. Yes, I can picture it now, or rather, I can picture the sensation of it. The weight in my hand, the warmth of the bowl, the taste of the smoke. These sensory details exist in memory even if the visual memory is unclear. I was standing, I'd risen from the desk at some point during my thinking, begun pacing. Pacing aids thought when sitting becomes too confining. Watson could picture it clearly now, Holmes in motion, pipe in hand, his body moving through familiar spaces while his mind worked through abstract problems. It was a scene he'd witnessed countless times, so common it barely registered as noteworthy. "You moved about the room," Holmes said, his voice growing more certain as the memory clarified. "Gathering items. I was aware of your movement, tracking it unconsciously, even as my conscious mind remained elsewhere. You went to the shelf where you keep medical supplies. I heard the small sounds of bottles being moved, materials being collected." "I was preparing for this morning's call," Watson confirmed. "Old Mr. Hendricks and his heart condition. I wanted everything ready so I could leave early without fumbling about in the dark." "Precisely, and you spoke to me again, asked me something. Whether I'd be needing the sitting room this evening, I think. Some domestic questions about shared space and consideration." Watson tried to remember, but found the memory frustratingly vague. The conversation had been so routine, so unremarkable, that it had left barely any impression. "I might have. That sounds like something I'd ask." I answered. I have no idea what I said, but I answered. And then Holmes opened his eyes, fixing Watson with that penetrating gaze that could be quite unnerving when one was its focus. "And then you opened your medical bag. I heard the clasp, the distinctive sound of leather and brass, and my hand, still holding the pipe, made a decision." A decision? Not a conscious decision, but a decision nonetheless, executed by those unconscious processes we discussed earlier. The hand was holding an object. The object was no longer actively needed. I'd finished smoking, or nearly so. The conscious mind, occupied with Turkish tobacco and mineral deposits, was not available to consider what should be done with this object. So the unconscious processes, operating on pure logic and efficiency, made the determination, object in hand needs to be set down. Open container nearby. Solution, place the object in a container. Holmes demonstrated with his hands, mimicking the motion of placing something in an invisible receptacle. "I must have walked toward you, toward where you stood with your open bag." My conscious mind registered none of this. I was still thinking about tobacco ash, possibly even speaking about it, offering some observation or other, but my hand, operating independently, deposited the pipe in the most convenient location. My medical bag, your medical bag, which from the perspective of pure physical convenience made perfect sense. It was open, it was nearby, it was designed to contain objects. That it was meant to contain medical supplies rather than smoking apparatus was a consideration that required conscious thought, and conscious thought was unavailable at that moment. Watson found himself smiling again at the image. Holmes standing there, discussing fog and crime or tobacco varieties, his hand independently deciding to file a pipe among bandages and iodine bottles. And then you closed the bag, bid me good night, and retired to your room. I remained in the sitting room for some time longer. I remember now I did continue working. Without the pipe, apparently, though I have no memory of its absence registering. I must have simply carried on, my mind too occupied with the monograph to notice that my usual accompaniment was missing. Until this morning, when the routine reasserted itself. The morning pipe is a ritual, Watson, almost sacred in its consistency. When that ritual was disrupted by the pipe's absence, it created a dissonance significant enough to penetrate even my typically oblivious approach to domestic matters. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, looking out at the street below where afternoon was beginning its slow transition toward evening. The lamplighters would be out soon, Watson knew, those patient servants of London's illumination, moving from post to post, bringing light to the gathering darkness. There was something almost poetic about it, the daily battle against night, the reliable rhythm of service. "It's humbling in a way," Holmes said quietly, still looking out the window, "to realise how much of our behaviour operates beyond our conscious control. We like to think we're the masters of our actions, that everything we do is chosen, deliberate, controlled. But the truth is that consciousness is merely a small boat floating on a vast ocean of unconscious processes. Most of what we do without thinking, without choosing, without even being aware that we're doing it. Watson joined him at the window, standing beside his friend in the afternoon light. Is that so terrible? Those unconscious processes are what allow us to function, aren't they? If we had to consciously control every breath, every heartbeat, every step, we'd never be able to think about anything else. True enough, but it does raise uncomfortable questions about agency, about responsibility. If our actions can be governed by processes we're not even aware of, how can we be said to truly choose anything? Ah, but we do choose, Watson countered. We choose what we pay attention to, what problems we focus on, what habits we cultivate. You chose to work on your monograph last night. That choice set in motion the chain of events that led to the pipe's misplacement, but it was still a choice. Holmes considered this, his sharp profile outlined against the window's fading light. A fair point. We may not control the unconscious processes, but we can control what we feed them, what patterns we establish through conscious choice and repetition. The conversation had taken on that philosophical depth that sometimes characterized their exchanges, moving from the specific incident of the misplaced pipe to larger questions about consciousness and will. Watson appreciated these moments, when Holmes's formidable intellect turned from crime and deduction to more abstract concerns. It revealed layers to his friend that the public never saw, dimensions of thought and feeling that existed beneath the cold, analytical exterior. There's another aspect to this morning's adventure, Watson said thoughtfully, that I find rather interesting. The role of memory, or rather the absence of it. You genuinely had no memory of placing the pipe in my bag. The action occurred, but left no trace in your conscious recollection. Memory is selective, Holmes agreed. We remember what we pay attention to, generally speaking. The unconscious actions, the routine movements, the habitual behaviours. These often leave no memory trace at all. How many times have you walked up these stairs, Watson? Hundreds, thousands. And yet could you describe any specific instance of doing so? Watson thought about it and realised Holmes was right. The stairs at 221B were utterly familiar, climbed daily, yet no individual ascent stood out in memory. They'd all blurred together into a general sense of having climbed stairs many times, rather than distinct recollections of specific occasions. It's rather unsettling when you put it that way, Watson admitted. Great portions of our lives simply unremembered. Lost, in a sense. Not lost, necessarily. The experiences shape us even if we don't consciously recall them. Each time you've climbed those stairs, your body has learned, has refined its movement, has integrated that action into its repertoire of automatic behaviours. The memory may not be accessible to consciousness, but it exists in the body, in the nervous system, in the patterns of muscle and movement. Watson nodded slowly, considering this. His medical training had taught him something of neurology, of how the brain processed and stored information. But Holmes's perspective added another dimension to that understanding. The detective's unique combination of scientific knowledge and keen observation produced insights that were sometimes quite profound. The street below had grown quieter as afternoon wore on, the business of the day winding down, London preparing for evening. A cab clattered past, the horse's hooves rhythmic against cobblestones. A woman emerged from the building across the street, adjusting her hat against the cold, her breath visible in the November air. Life continues its endless variety, each person occupied with their own concerns, their own memories and forgettings. You know what strikes me most about this whole affair, Watson said after a moment of companionable silence. It's not the absent-mindedness or the unconscious action, or even the philosophical implications. It's the simplicity of it. The great Sherlock Holmes, who can deduce a man's profession from the wear on his boots, who can reconstruct crimes from the smallest traces of evidence, who has become legendary for his powers of observation and deduction, that same person can lose a pipe in his own sitting room and spend an entire morning searching for it. Holmes turned from the window, and Watson was pleased to see genuine amusement in his friend's eyes. Are you suggesting there's something incongruous about my abilities, Watson? I'm suggesting there's something wonderfully human about it. You're brilliant, Holmes, genuinely brilliant. But you're also capable of the same small follies as the rest of us, and somehow that makes the brilliance more, I don't know, more real perhaps, more accessible. More human, as you said earlier. Yes, more human. Holmes moved back to his desk, not to resume work, but to pick up the pipe again, holding it with that careful regard that objects of sentimental value inspire. "I've spent years cultivating an image," he said quietly. "The consulting detective, the man of pure reason, the thinking machine. It's useful, that image. It intimidates criminals, impresses clients, and makes the work easier in many ways. But it's also limiting. It doesn't allow for moments like this morning, for domestic confusion, for simple forgetfulness, for the small absurdities that make up so much of daily life. Perhaps that's why you need me," Watson suggested with a smile. "To remind you that you're allowed to be absurd occasionally, to search for lost pipes, to make mistakes, to be baffled by your own brain's filing system." "Perhaps that is why I need you," Holmes agreed. And there was something in his voice that suggested the admission cost him something, yet was worth making nonetheless. Among other reasons, of course. They stood there for a moment, the afternoon light continuing its slow fade, the comfortable silence of friendship settling around them. The pipe incident had been minor, trivial even, but it had opened up conversations that might otherwise have remained unspoken, and had revealed layers of thought and feeling that the routine of their daily life sometimes obscured. "Tell me something," Holmes said, still holding the pipe. "When you write up our cases for publication, as you insist on doing despite my reservations, do you plan to include this one, The Adventure of the Forgotten Pipe?" Watson laughed. "I don't think the reading public is quite ready for a Sherlock Holmes mystery in which the only criminal is absent-mindedness and the only victim is domestic tranquility. They prefer their Holmes stories to involve actual crimes, real villains, and dramatic resolutions. A pity. There's a certain charm to the mundane, properly told, and it would make a change from all those sensational accounts you seem to favour. The speckled band, the red-headed league, always something lurid and dramatic. Why not The Case of the Misplaced Pipe? Because it lacks drama. Where's the danger? Where's the clever villain? Where's the brilliant solution that leaves readers marvelling at your genius?" Holmes considered this. The brilliant solution was following a trail of tobacco ash to its logical conclusion. The clever villain was my own unconscious mind working against my conscious intentions. And the danger— he paused, smiled slightly. The danger was to my dignity, which is perhaps the most precious thing we possess. "I'll think about it," Watson said diplomatically, knowing full well he'd never actually write up this particular case for publication. But he appreciated the offer, the willingness to be seen as fallible, even foolish. It was in its way a gesture of trust. Holmes returned the pipe to its place on the desk, positioning it with care, as if establishing a new protocol that would prevent future incidents. "I think," he said, "that I shall make a point of being more conscious about where I place things, at least in the evenings, when the mind is tired and the unconscious processes are more likely to make creative decisions about object storage. A wise resolution. Though knowing my nature, I'll probably forget about the resolution within a week, and will be searching for something else. The violin bow in the coal scuttle, perhaps, or my favourite microscope slide in Mrs. Hudson's sugar bowl." Watson shuddered theatrically. "Please, no. She's only just forgiven you for the butter dish incident." "The butter dish was perfectly clean before I used it for the chemical sample." "That's not the point, and you know it." They were both smiling now, the conversation having taken on that light, bantering quality that characterized their more relaxed moments together. The serious philosophical discussion had given way to something easier, more playful, and Watson appreciated the shift. There was room in their friendship for both depths and shallows, for profound insights and simple amusement. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed the hour, 3:00, the afternoon officially established, the day moving steadily toward its conclusion. Outside, the lamplighter appeared, making his methodical way along the street, each lamp blooming into light at his touch, pushing back the gathering dimness. Watson watched the process with quiet satisfaction. This daily ritual of illumination, this human insistence on creating light in darkness. "I've been thinking," Holmes said, returning once more to the window, watching the same scene Watson was observing, "about what this morning's incident reveals about the nature of mystery itself. We tend to think of mysteries as external things, crimes to be solved, puzzles presented by the world outside ourselves. But perhaps the deepest mysteries are internal, the workings of our own minds, the gaps in our own awareness, the things we do without knowing why we do them." "That's rather profound for a discussion about a misplaced pipe," Watson observed. "The best insights often come from trivial sources. It's easy to be philosophical about grand subjects, the meaning of life, the nature of justice, the existence of God. But the small moments, the everyday incidents, these often reveal more about how we actually live, how we actually think and behave." Watson nodded, seeing the truth in this. "So the misplaced pipe becomes a window into the nature of consciousness and memory." "Everything becomes a window if you look at it properly. That's the essence of observation, Watson. Not just seeing what's in front of you, but understanding what it reveals about larger patterns, deeper truths." The lamplighter had finished his work on their street and was moving on to the next, his ladder over his shoulder, his purpose clear and unwavering. A simple job, Watson thought, but essential. Without those daily acts of illumination, London would sink into darkness each evening, become a city of shadows and obscurity. It was the small, routine acts that kept civilization functioning. The lamplighters and street sweepers, the postmen and cabbies, all performing their roles with steady reliability. "Thank you, by the way," Holmes said, still looking out the window, his voice quiet. "For what?" "For this morning. For treating my small crisis as if it mattered. For helping search, for participating in the investigation, for not making me feel ridiculous about the whole affair. Or at least not making me feel too ridiculous." Watson felt a warmth spread through his chest, that particular pleasure that comes from being valued by someone one values in return. "You're welcome. Though I did rather enjoy the whole thing, to be honest. The search, the deduction, the eventual solution. It was like one of our cases just scaled down to domestic dimensions." "Perhaps that's what friendship is," Holmes mused. "The willingness to treat another person's small concerns as if they were significant. Not because they objectively are significant, but because they matter to someone who matters to you. That's surprisingly sentimental coming from you. Even I have my moments, Watson, though I'd appreciate it if you didn't spread that around. I do have a reputation to maintain." "Your secret is safe with me," Watson assured him, and meant it. This softer side of Holmes, this capacity for reflection and even sentiment, was something the detective rarely showed. That he showed it to Watson was a privilege, a mark of trust and friendship that Watson did not take lightly. The afternoon continued its slow progression toward evening, the light fading by degrees so gradual they were almost imperceptible. Soon it would be time for tea, then dinner, then the evening's activities, whatever they might be. The day would continue its course, this incident of the forgotten pipe becoming just another memory among thousands, filed away in consciousness or lost to the gaps of forgetting. But for now, in this moment, standing at the window with his friend, Watson felt a deep contentment. The mystery had been solved, the pipe recovered, and in the process, they touched on larger truths about memory and consciousness, about human fallibility and the nature of friendship. It had been, all things considered, a rather excellent morning's work. Outside, London settled into its evening rhythms, the city of millions, each pursuing their own purposes, their own stories. And here, at 221B Baker Street, two friends stood in comfortable silence, the afternoon light fading around them, connected by years of shared experience and the simple, profound fact of mutual regard. The pipe sat on Holmes's desk, recovered and returned to its rightful place. A small object, easily lost and found again. But somehow, in the searching and the finding, in the conversations and revelations that had followed, it had become something more, a reminder that even the greatest minds were housed in fallible flesh, that mystery existed not just in crime and criminals, but in the everyday workings of consciousness itself, and that friendship was measured not in grand gestures but in the willingness to spend a morning searching for a lost pipe, treating a minor domestic crisis as if it were the most important case in London. It was, Watson thought, quite enough. Evening came to London the way it always did in November, not with dramatic flourish but with quiet insistence, the daylight slowly draining away like water from a basin, leaving behind the softer illumination of gaslight and lamplight, that warm amber glow that transformed the city into something almost magical. The fog, which had retreated during the afternoon, now contemplated a return, wisps of it beginning to gather at street corners, in doorways, along the river, as if the city itself were breathing out the accumulated moisture of the day. At 221B Baker Street, the sitting room had taken on that particular quality of comfort that only evening in familiar spaces can provide. The fire had been built up again, Mrs. Hudson having seen to it with her usual quiet efficiency, and it crackled cheerfully in the grate, casting dancing shadows across the walls. The lamps had been lit, not the harsh electric light that was beginning to appear in some of London's more modern establishments, but the gentler glow of gas and oil, light that seemed to understand the value of shadow, the importance of gradation between brightness and dark. Holmes had finally returned to his pipe with full ceremony, having set aside the monograph for the day. Some instinct told him that after the morning's adventure, the tobacco ash could wait another evening for his scholarly attention. Instead, he sat in his chair, long legs stretched toward the fire, the recovered briar pipe sending up lazy spirals of smoke that caught the lamplight and transformed it into something almost substantial, as if thought itself were being made visible. Watson had settled with a book, one of those comfortable novels that required no particular intellectual effort, but provided pleasant companionship for an evening's reading. The pages turned with a soft whisper, a rhythm as soothing as the fire's crackle or the distant sounds of London going about its evening business. Outside, the street had quieted, the day's commercial urgency giving way to the more subdued pace of domestic hours. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, a slight smile playing at her lips as she observed the scene. Two gentlemen at their ease, the chaos of the morning resolved, order restored to the small universe of these rooms. "Supper in half an hour, gentlemen," she announced. "I've made a stew that should keep body and soul together, and there's fresh bread from this morning." "You're too good to us, Mrs. Hudson," Watson said warmly, looking up from his book. "Someone has to be," she replied with that particular tartness that concealed genuine affection. "Left to your own devices, you'd likely survive on tobacco smoke and intellectual stimulation, neither of which is particularly nourishing." Holmes stirred from his contemplation. "Mrs. Hudson, has anyone ever told you that you possess a remarkable gift for cutting observation concealed beneath domestic concern?" "Many times, Mr. Holmes. Usually by you, when you're trying to deflect from some criticism I've levelled at your housekeeping habits." She paused, then added with careful casualness, "I trust the pipe has remained where it belongs since this morning's excitement." "It has," Holmes confirmed, gesturing toward where it rested in his hand. "Though I'm making no promises about the future. My unconscious mind seems to have ideas of its own about proper storage locations. As long as it doesn't decide Dr. Watson's medical bag is a permanent repository, I suppose we can all manage." With that parting observation, she withdrew, leaving behind the faint scent of cooking that drifted up from the kitchen below, onions and beef, herbs and bread, the homely smells of sustenance. Watson returned his attention to his book, though he found his mind wandering from the printed words to the events of the day. It had been, by any objective measure, entirely uneventful. No clients had called with desperate cases. No Scotland Yard inspectors had appeared seeking Holmes's unique expertise. No mysterious strangers had materialised with tales of theft or murder or conspiracy. And yet, the day felt somehow significant, as if the morning's small mystery had opened doors to conversations and understandings that might otherwise have remained closed. "Holmes," he said, setting the book aside, "do you ever regret it? The life you've chosen, I mean. The consulting detective work, the irregular hours, the constant engagement with crime and criminals. Do you ever wish you'd chosen something more conventional?" Holmes's eyes, which had been half closed in contemplation, opened fully now, fixing Watson with that penetrating gaze that could be quite disconcerting when one wasn't prepared for it. "What a curious question. What prompted it?" "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's the contrast between this morning's domestic mystery and the usual run of our cases. There was something rather pleasant about a mystery that didn't involve violence or theft or human malice. Just absent-mindedness and a misplaced pipe. It made me wonder if you ever tire of the darker aspects of your work." Holmes drew on his pipe, the tobacco glowing bright for a moment, then fading back to embers. The smoke curled upward, and he watched it as if reading meaning in its patterns. "I don't regret my choices," he said at length. "Could I have been a university professor, lecturing on chemistry or anatomy? Possibly. A researcher, publishing papers in scientific journals? Perhaps. But I don't think I could have been happy in such roles. They would have felt too confined." "Confined how?" "Confined by routine, by convention, by the expectation of scholarly respectability. The work I do now allows for a freedom that academic life never could. Each case is different, each problem unique. I can pursue solutions wherever they lead, can employ methods that would horrify a university ethics committee, can engage with all levels of society from the highest to the lowest without concern for propriety or social standing. Watson nodded, understanding this. He'd seen Holmes interview duchesses and street urchins with equal intensity, had watched him move between the drawing rooms of the wealthy and the slums of the East End with remarkable ease. The detective's work transcended social boundaries in ways that few other professions could. But the darkness, Watson pressed gently, the constant exposure to human evil, to violence and deception, and all the worst impulses of human nature, doesn't that wear on you? Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his expression thoughtful. The fire crackled, filling the silence with its small commentary. Outside, a cab rattled past, the horse's hooves a rhythmic percussion against cobblestones. "It would," Holmes said finally, "if it were all I saw. But it's not, is it? For every murderer I encounter, there are a dozen clients seeking help with smaller matters, missing persons, fraud, blackmail. And even in the darkest cases, I see other things. I see Scotland Yard inspectors working long hours for modest pay because they believe in justice. I see witnesses who come forward despite personal risk because they want to do what's right. I see you, Watson, accompanying me into danger because you believe our work matters." He paused, drew on the pipe again. "And then there are days like today. Days when the greatest mystery is where I've misplaced my pipe, when the investigation involves nothing more sinister than my own absent-mindedness, when the resolution brings nothing but a certain amused satisfaction. These days remind me that not everything is darkness, that life contains absurdity and humour alongside its tragedies." Watson felt something warm settle in his chest, a combination of gratitude and recognition. "I suppose we all need reminders of that, of the ordinary, the mundane, the simply human aspects of existence." "Indeed. And that, my dear Watson, is perhaps your greatest contribution to my life. Not your medical expertise, valuable though that is. Not your willingness to chronicle my cases, despite my protests about your literary embellishments. But your ability to keep one foot planted firmly in the ordinary world while the other ventures into the extraordinary. You remind me that there's life beyond cases, that human existence encompasses more than crime and detection." "I'm not sure I've ever heard you wax so philosophical," Watson said, genuinely touched. "The pipe's recovery seems to have put you in a reflective mood. Perhaps it has, or perhaps it's simply that the day has created space for reflection. We've had no urgent cases demanding attention, no clients in crisis, no Scotland Yard summons, just a morning's search, an afternoon's conversation, and now an evening's peace. It's rather novel, actually." The clock on the mantelpiece struck the half-hour, its chime a gentle reminder of time's passage. In 30 minutes, Mrs. Hudson would call them to supper, and the evening would continue its progression toward night. But for now, this moment held them suspended in comfortable contemplation, two friends sharing space and silence in equal measure. Watson picked up his book again, but found himself reading the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing its meaning. His mind kept returning to Holmes's words, to the idea that the ordinary and extraordinary existed not in opposition but in complement, each giving context and meaning to the other. The dramatic cases, the brilliant deductions, the dangerous investigations, these had their place and their importance. But so did the quiet evenings, the domestic routines, the simple pleasure of companionship. "You know," Watson said, abandoning the pretense of reading, "I think this morning's adventure may have been exactly what we needed. A reminder that not every mystery requires gunfire or midnight chases through fog-bound streets. Sometimes a mystery is just a misplaced object and the question of how it got where it ended up." Holmes smiled, a genuine expression of amusement and agreement. "And sometimes the solution tells us more about ourselves than any number of criminal cases could. I've learned something about the relationship between conscious and unconscious thought, about the gaps in my own awareness, about the small vulnerabilities that exist even in the most ordered mind. Vulnerabilities that make you human, rather than the thinking machine you sometimes pretend to be?" "Quite so, though I'd appreciate it if you didn't make too much of that observation. I do still have a professional reputation to maintain." Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs announced supper before her voice did. She appeared in the doorway, her expression one of practical expectation. Supper is ready, gentlemen, and it's hot, so I'd recommend coming now rather than letting it cool while you engage in one of your extended discussions. They rose with the obedience of men who'd learned that Mrs. Hudson's patience had limits, following her down to the small dining room where she'd laid out the promised meal. The stew steamed in a large tureen, its rich scent filling the space with promises of warmth and sustenance. The bread sat in a basket, still warm from the oven, butter softening beside it. Simple fare, but prepared with care, the kind of food that nourished body and spirit equally. As they ate, the conversation drifted to lighter topics. The day's news, amusing anecdotes from Watson's medical rounds, Holmes's observations about changes in London's criminal patterns. The ease of it all, Watson thought, the comfortable familiarity of shared meals and casual conversation, was something he'd never properly appreciated before meeting Holmes. He'd had friends in his army days, colleagues during his medical training, but none with whom he'd achieved this particular quality of companionship. After supper, they returned to the sitting room, to the fire and the lamplight and the comfortable chairs that had moulded themselves to their occupants over years of use. Holmes took up his violin, that other companion of his thinking hours, and began to play. Not one of the wild, discordant improvisations that sometimes emerged when he was working through a particularly difficult problem, but something gentler, more melodic. Old airs and folk tunes, music that seemed to match the evening's reflective mood. Watson sat listening, his eyes half closed, letting the music wash over him. The violin sang its minor key laments and major key celebrations, the bow drawing meaning from the strings the way Holmes drew meaning from evidence. There was something almost hypnotic about it, this combination of firelight and music and the day's accumulated contentment. The evening deepened toward night. Outside, London had settled into its nocturnal rhythms, the theatres letting out, the restaurants filling and emptying, the constables beginning their night patrols, the city's vast population sorting itself into those who slept and those who didn't. Inside 201B, time seemed to slow, to pool like water finding its level, creating a space separate from the city's restless energy. Holmes set down the violin eventually, returning to his chair and his pipe, that constant companion now safely recovered and restored to its proper place in his routine. The tobacco glowed in the bowl, and he watched the smoke rise with that distant expression that meant his mind was engaged but not urgently so, thinking without strain, considering without pressure. "It's been a good day," he said quietly, more to himself than to Watson. "An entirely uneventful day by most measures, and yet somehow satisfying. Perhaps that's the secret, Watson, to find satisfaction not just in the dramatic moments, but in the quiet ones as well." "I've been trying to tell you that for years," Watson replied with gentle amusement. "Yes, well, I'm a slow learner in some areas, brilliant at deduction, less accomplished at simple living. You're learning, though. Today proves that. You took a small domestic crisis and allowed it to become something more, an opportunity for reflection, for conversation, for understanding. The old Holmes would have simply replaced the pipe and moved on, irritated by the waste of time. And the new Holmes? The new Holmes found meaning in the searching. That's progress, I'd say." Holmes considered this, then nodded slowly. "Perhaps you're right, though I maintain that some of that meaning was forced upon me by circumstance rather than chosen deliberately. The best insights usually are forced upon us. We rarely seek them out voluntarily." The fire burned lower as they sat in comfortable silence, the wood settling into embers, the flames subsiding into glowing coals that radiated steady heat without the drama of active burning. The lamps, too, seemed to soften their glow, as if recognizing that the day was ending, that rest was approaching, that even light needed to prepare for its eventual yielding to darkness. Watson felt sleep beginning to tug at the edges of his consciousness, that gentle insistence that the body recognized even when the mind might have preferred to remain awake. It had been a long day despite its lack of external drama. The morning's search, the afternoon's conversations, the evening's peaceful conclusion. All of it had accumulated into a pleasant exhaustion, the kind that promised deep, dreamless sleep. "I think I'll retire," he said, rising from his chair with some reluctance. The fire and the company were both pleasant, but the pull of sleep was stronger. "Don't stay up too late with your monograph, Holmes. Even tobacco ash will still be there in the morning." "I'll just finish this pipe and follow shortly," Holmes promised, though Watson suspected his friend might sit up for some hours yet. thinking his private thoughts, considering the day's small revelations, or perhaps simply enjoying the quiet of late evening when the world had settled and thoughts could unfold without interruption. Watson paused at the door, looking back at the scene. Holmes in his chair, pipe in hand, the firelight playing across his sharp features, the sitting room settled into its evening configuration of shadow and light. It was an image he'd seen hundreds of times, would likely see hundreds more if fortune favoured them with continued years of friendship and shared residence. And yet tonight it seemed somehow special, worth marking in memory, worth carrying with him into sleep. "Good night, Holmes," he said softly. "Good night, Watson, and thank you again for everything." Watson smiled, nodded, and withdrew to his bedroom, leaving Holmes to his solitary contemplations. The detective sat for some time after Watson's departure, smoking slowly, watching the fire's embers glow and fade, thinking about consciousness and memory, about friendship and human fallibility, about lost pipes and found understanding. Outside, London dreamed its vast, complicated dreams, millions of lives intersecting and diverging, each person carrying their own mysteries, their own searches, their own moments of loss and recovery. And here, at 221B Baker Street, in these familiar rooms where so many dramatic cases had been solved and so many brilliant deductions made, the day's small domestic mystery had been resolved with nothing more than patience, observation, and the companionship of friends. The pipe rested in Holmes's hand, warm and familiar, an object that had caused a morning's confusion, but had ultimately led to an afternoon and evening of unexpected richness. Sometimes, Holmes reflected, the things we lose are less important than what we discover while searching for them. Sometimes the journey matters more than the destination, and sometimes the smallest mysteries reveal the largest truths. He smoked in peaceful solitude, letting the day settle into memory, knowing that tomorrow would bring its own concerns, its own cases, its own challenges. But tonight, there was only this, the quiet sitting room, the glowing embers, the recovered pipe, and the deep satisfaction of a day well spent, even if it had been spent on nothing more significant than finding what had been temporarily lost. Eventually Holmes too retired, banking the fire, extinguishing the lamps, leaving the sitting room to its nighttime stillness. The city beyond the windows continued its ceaseless activity, but here, in these rooms, peace had settled like snow, soft and complete. The adventure of the forgotten pipe had reached its quiet conclusion, leaving behind nothing but contentment and the gentle wisdom that comes from paying attention to life's smaller moments. And somewhere in the darkness, if objects could be said to rest easy, the briar pipe sat in its proper place, ready for tomorrow's first smoke, its brief adventure concluded, its purpose restored, a simple object that had, for one day at least, become the centre of a small but perfect mystery. London slept, or didn't sleep, according to its nature. The fog thickened or dispersed. Time moved forward with its usual relentless patience. And at 221B Baker Street, two friends rested in the peace of mutual regard and shared experience. The day's small drama resolved, the evening's gentle wisdom absorbed, tomorrow's possibilities waiting to unfold. The end had come softly, as the best endings do, with no dramatic flourish, but only the quiet satisfaction of completion. The pipe had been found. The mystery had been solved. And in the searching and the finding, something larger had been discovered about friendship, about consciousness, about the small, precious moments that make up a life well lived. Sleep came to Baker Street finally, carrying with it the day's memories and tomorrow's dreams, and all was well. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starlit sky of Istanbul, the ocean whispers of Tahiti, the quiet glow of Amsterdam, or the soft night breeze of Kyoto? If this tale brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence of the world hold you. Let your dreams drift gently into the night. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.